They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Hop in the air at the start for double shot. It's looking super. Olasabal at the fence gets the early lead. CJ's Grand Slam splitting rivals up into third. Now 2 lengths off the lead. 2.5 lengths to Sutton Breeze in fourth, who's about 2.5, 3 lengths in front of Nutsy, who's about 3 lengths in front of Double Shot, who's at the back of the pack. Well strung out for a field of 6 as they make the entry into the turn. Olasabal, the chalk, has the lead by a half length. Looking super. Harassing outside in second. And then it's CJ's Grand Slam who tracks in third. Sutton Breeze outside of him in fourth. Then about 8 lengths back to Nutsy, who's 2 lengths in front of Double Shot, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Olasabal, the first to face us, comes off the turn, leading by 3.5 lengths. Sutton Breeze on the grandstand side. CJ's Grand Slam plugging away at the fence. 1 furlong to go. Olasabal on top now by 6 lengths. Sutton Breeze up in the second, but no match for the leader and the winner, Olasabal. Olasabal now has won 4 of his last 5. Sutton Breeze second. Third was Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in 21 minutes at 1:29 p.m. In the gate. And they're off. Good start. Chuckatuck Cruise in to win. The outside 2 sending out for the lead. Stella Brown's at the fence. Slow Ready's in the 2 path, only a neck off the lead. And then about 6 lengths to the trailer, and that is Anna V. Stella Brown setting a pressured pace. Slow Ready, the immediate danger second. Chuckatuck 3 wide third. A length and a half to Cruise in to win. Shuffled fourth and deep on the course and niggled upon to keep up. Now 5 lengths off the lead is she. And 3 lengths to Anna V, who's been trailing throughout. 3 furlongs to go. Stella Brown opens up by about a length, swishing the tail around. The lead's a length and a half over Slow Ready in second. Chuckatuck's in third. Anna V now starting a rally up the inside in fourth, getting a good trip around the turn. As they turn into the home stretch, it's Stella Brown, the first to face us. Slow Ready. Anna V is up the inside, and if good enough has inside passage, Stella Brown has that lead by a length and a half over Slow Ready. Anna V's up the inside, and then it's Chuckatuck, 16th to go. Stella Brown continues to fight on the front end and turns away all challengers. Stella Brown breaks the maiden today. Slow Ready second, Chuckatuck third, Anna V fourth. Wins again, race 2, $3.50 the winning mutual. Double $5.60, Exacta $13.80. 50-cent try, $5.75. Dime Super, 1 up in the line. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's Disco Dino from an inside post. Thank you, John, getting on track on the outside and challenging in second. Then a couple lengths in Sky We Trust is to the inside of Fiery Heart. Almost 2 by 2 as they travel up the backstretch. Disco Dino's on top, the lead's on neck over Thank You John, who's threatening on the outside second. A space of 4 lengths to Fiery Heart, who's now ahead in front of In Sky We Trust, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. Disco Dino and Koa on top, the lead's a half length. Thank You Don urged in second, then about 5 lengths back to In Sky We Trust, who reclaims third, and Fiery Heart has been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they leave the quarter pole behind. Disco Dino has the lead. In Sky We Trust with a burst of energy now into second and a length off the lead. And In Sky We Trust right alongside Disco Dino with 1 furlong to go. In Sky We Trust takes over the lead. In Sky We Trust strides away by a length and a half, 2 over Disco Dino and Fiery Heart. In Sky We Trust victorious. Close for second between Disco Dino and Elite Mutual. Daily Double $13, Exacta $10.80. Fourth race, Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Pick. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Step Tardy, War Terminatrix. It's Frisbee B who accelerates out for the front end. Chick Azteca, Freedom Dream, second and third. Followed up by Ruby's Pearl, who's 3 deep in fourth. Flying Destiny outside of her in fifth. Crystal towards the inside 6. Starship Kit Kat and amongst horses 7th, 6 lengths off the lead. And a length and a half 2 to War Terminatrix, who's at the tail of the field. On to the turn. Freedom Dreams has the inside and the lead over Frisbee B, who is on the outside in second, a space of 4. Back to Chick Azteca, tracks in third. Crystal's up the inside fourth. As it's Starship Kit Kat outside into a joint fourth. 4 more lengths back to Flying Destiny, drops back. Ruby's Pearl passes her, and War Terminatrix trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Still a struggle between Frisbee B and Freedom Dreams. Frisbee B with a slender lead. Chick Azteca gets every chance, and Crystal wants some racing room and has nowhere to go, and he'll have to check and go to the outside of Chick Azteca, 16th to go. Chick Azteca on top. Crystal surging late on the outside, but it's Chick Azteca with the trip and the win. Crystal second, third, Frisbee B fourth, Freedom Dreams. 45.50, 50-cent pick three, $13.37. Fifth race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5. And they're off. Pretty good start. Isle Storm, Tasty Wave. These two blast out for the front. Ramones towards the inside third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Love Thyself's in fourth. Let's Maga towards the inside fifth, Super Slide sixth. And then it's Amalada Lady, Jayla, and Liggins Legacy are all on the outside and about 10 or 11 lengths off the lead. And Make a Joyful Noise is 10th and trailing as they make the entry into the turn. Tasty Wave, the gray, has a lead by a length and a half, too, over Isle Storm, who's niggled upon to keep up in second. Ramones at third, 5.5 lengths off the lead. Let's Maga, ground saving fourth, and 3 lengths back to Love Thyself, who's in fifth. 3 more lengths back to Liggins Legacy in sixth. The others have a lot of running to do as they reach the top of the stretch. Tasty Wave turns them in. Isle Storm tries to cut into the margin, tries to change leads in second. Let's Magus towards the inside third. Ramones in fourth. Love Thyself outside fifth, but 10 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. It's Tasty Wave on top by about 5 lengths. The battle for second. Let's Maga to the inside of Isle Storm, but it's Tasty Wave in front. Let's Maga second. Third, Isle Storm. Then it was Make a Joyful Noise, who closed from last to get fourth. $25, and the early pick 5 of 5, $97.12. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Put Raphael. And they're off. It's Honorable Avenue, Bobby the Tank, and Kegs. These three rush out for the lead, joined by American Gentleman, who'll be stuck out very wide around that first turn. Retail Man in a good spot towards the inside in fifth, and then it's Jacoba's also ground saving. Ring Good is 4 wide around that first turn in mid-pack to the inside of Colton Goes. A length and a half back to Rayner, who's in ninth, and Goldini is 10th and trailing as they transition to the backstretch. 6 furlongs to go. Kegs has the neck in front of Bobby the Tank. American Gentleman stalks in third. Retail Man, White Blinkers in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths to Honorable Avenue, who's a clear-cut fifth. 2 lengths to Ring Good. Then it's Jacoba as Goldini is splitting horses from the back of the pack. Goldini has passed Jacoba. Second last is Colton Goes, and 2 lengths to Rayner, who's at the back of the pack and about 14 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the far turn. It's Kegs and Bobby the Tank. Kegs has a lead by a length and a half over Bobby the Tank, who's shaken up in second. Retail Man's on the outside in third, now up into second. 2 lengths off the lead is Retail Man. A gap of about 8 lengths to Honorable Avenue in fourth. Goldini's in fifth, but 12 lengths off the lead as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Kegs who's homeward bound. Retail Man bearing down on the outside in second, and Retail Man's only a length off the lead. And then in third, that's Bobby the Tank, who's 3 off the pace. 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Kegs and Retail Man. Retail Man, White Blinkers outside Kegs towards the rail. Kegs not giving up along the inside. Retail Man, Kegs, it's Retail Man. Retail Man outduels Kegs for the win. Bobby the Tank in third. Zacked at $25.60. Trifecta $21.50. Dime Super $32.50. Regular pick 3, $383, $49.75. And they're off. Not a good start for Lilith Moon. Also a little bit of a sluggish start. Stage Conflict. It's Jet Tador who goes out for the lead. Sky Runners on the outside. Curtain closed in between those two. And Moontown will be widest around that first turn. And then in fifth, that is Last of My Kind, is about 3 lengths in front of Stage Conflict, who's to the outside of Lilith's Moon. As they navigate the first turn, Jet Tador and Skyrunner. These two eyeball one another with 6 furlongs to go as they turn on to the backstretch. Curtain closed is the inside of Moontown, third and fourth. Then 4 lengths of Stage Conflict, who's on the move in fifth and is to the outside of Last of My Kind, who's in sixth, and 6.5, 7 lengths off the lead, and a gap of 5 to Lilith Moon, who trails the field. As they race up the backstretch, it's Jet Tador and Sky Runner. These two continue to spar for the top spot. They're clear by 3. Moontown's in the outside third, curtain close in fourth. Stage Conflict is in fifth and 5.5, 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's Last of My Kind in second last and 5 lengths to Lilith Moon, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Skyrunner now takes over the lead with 2.5 furlongs to go, but Jet Tador battles right back along the inside. A gap of about 7 lengths to Last of My Kind, who's now in the midst of a rally. Last of My Kind's in third, and about 5 lengths off the lead. Goes to the far outside is Last of My Kind, and Last of My Kind is closing in. 1 furlong to go, Sky Runner, but it's Last of My Kind reeling in the top 2, and Last of My Kind able to power to the front at the 16th pole. Sky Runner left in the wake of Last of My Kind, who turned it on the last 3/8. Third place was Jet Tador. Fourth, Moontown. Exacta $24. 50-cent trifecta, $13.25. Dime Super, $16.22. Eighth race, and they're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's Jansen. It seems like Destiny going out for the lead, joined by First Trumpet on the far outside. And then in fourth, that's Tony O's to the inside of Burning Beauty in fifth. Street Cop Officer 3 wide around that first turn in sixth. And then it's Rockstar Rebels to the outside of Ice Time, 7th and 8th. And then 2.5 lengths to Lifetime Guarantees at the back of the pack, and about 13 lengths off the lead. 6 furlongs to go. Seems like Destiny's on top. The lead's a little over a length. Jansen in chase mode in second. First Trumpet tracks in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead, a gap of about 6. Tony O, red cap in fourth, who's a length in front of Burning Beauty. Rockstar Rebel is next and about 12 lengths off the lead to the outside of Ice Time. And then it's Street Cop Officer in second last and a gap of 6 to Lifetime Guarantee, who trails the field. The opening half pretty quick, 47 seconds, as they go on to the far turn. It seems like Destiny, who is battling with Jansen. Jansen sticks the red blinkers in front of Seems Like Destiny. Ice Time draws ever closer in third. Tony O's in fourth. Burning Beauty is in fifth. 4 lengths off the lead. Will need somewhere to run. Burning Beauty will try and split rivals. Burning Beauty is now up into second, a length off the lead. And Ice Time, though, is the one to catch. Burning Beauty is on the outside with Tony O. Rockstar Rebels on the grandstand side closing in. Jansen is one pace as they run down to the final furlong. Ice Time, Burning Beauty, Rockstar Rebel on the grandstand side. Jansen tries to get back into the race, 16th to go. Ice Time clings to the lead. Rockstar Rebel lunging late. Rockstar Rebel, Ice Time prevails over Rockstar Rebel. Then it was Burning Beauty and Jansen. 87 cents. As we move onward to the ninth and final Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Flattery's Music. Put Chris Russell up. And they're off. She loves to move from an outside post going out for the lead, but Fast Fran gets that early lead. Ouch, that hurts. Races in second. Reiterate third. Trivia outside of her in fourth. She loves to move. 5 wide fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 2.5 to Devilee's, about a length in front of Tumbles. And True Destiny's at the back of the pack and about 8.5 lengths off the lead. Fast Fran into the turn has a lead. Shadowed by Reiterate outside second. Trivia. And ouch, that hurt. Our third and fourth. Now, ouch, that hurt is a clear-cut third. Trivia drops back a bit in fourth. Devilee towards the inside fifth. She loves to move. Shuffled sixth. And then it's Tumbles, and True Destiny is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Fast Fran, ouch, that hurt. Now switches to the outside. Reiterate is all out in thirds. They got 3/16 to go. Ouch, that hurt. Overhauls Fast Fran in mid-stretch and strides away. Ouch. That hurt at the 16th pole. Widens the lead to 6 lengths. Ouch, that hurts. Give Flores a riding double on the card. Fast Fran holds second. Devilee races third at the finish, and then it was Tumbles. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 9 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. Number 2, Concord Spirit. Christopher Elliott no longer an apprentice, so make the weight 122 for his ride, Concord Spirit, in race 1. Race number 2. No changes. Race 3. No changes. Race number 4 got some scratches. Scratch part of the entry, the 1A, MAS Screws. Scratch number 6, She Said My Way, and the 7, Call Me Carmelita. MAS Screws, the 1A. She Said My Way, the 6, Call Me Carmelita, the 7, all out of race number 4. Race number 5, a scratch of number 3, Still a Soldier. Also scratch number 8, Dancing with Jake. Still a Soldier, Dancing with Jake, both scratched from the 5th. Race number 6. Got a scratch of number 9, Sharpoon. Sharpoon is a scratch, the 9 from race 6. Number 4, Erie Man. In the program it says blinkers off. In actuality, it's bubble off. Late work for number 5, Bone Chance. Workout at Finger Lakes, July 17th, 4 furlongs, muddy surface. 53.10, breezing. 7th race. Jockey change. For number 3, Roses Pepino, to Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on number 3, Roses Pepino, in the 7th. Race number 8. There are no changes. 9th and final do have a scratch. Got a couple scratches. Scratch number 1, Natural 9. And scratch number 5, 9 and 4. Natural 9 and 9 and 4. The 1 and 5 scratched from the 9th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Another cooler day than we've been getting. Should be in the 70s. I think it's going to warm up again for the rest of the week. But man, got up this morning. It was actually cold this morning. So a little cooler weather for the horses today to run again. And nice weather though. So we're not expecting any kind of rain today. So get a chance to get another fair racetrack. Yesterday saw some horses win on the front when there were some duels. They were coming from off the pace. Congratulations to all our handicapping contest winners. Is it a former trainer? Gil Forty was up there. I don't know. Did he end up hitting the board? I think he did. Well, congratulations to him and everybody else that participated. Always a lot of fun. Now, those handicapping contests are free to enter. We do have multiple ones during the year, so make sure you get involved in the next one. Cash prizes, all you have to do is be a Lucky North member. Why not? Take a shot. Also have a good day. So a lot the ball. I know I said it wrong that time. I said it right a couple times. But joined Banker Blaney as a 4-time winner in 2025. They're the only 4-time winners. Well, Banker Blaney is going to try for his 5th win today. So, it's always one of the tougher moves going to the 2 state bred for Banker Blaney, and it looks like he's going to have a little more trouble getting the lead. Although if he runs back to his last race, he's going to be tough in the first. We'll look at that in a minute, but Olathobel, how good is that horse right now for Rachel Sells? I think he's gotten better with every start. Remember the first couple starts here, I think I picked him against Sigler for the great Teller owner that we have. Sigler beat him in the first start for Olathobel. Man, they've both gone different directions, but Olathobel has just gotten sharper and sharper, keeps winning and winning. And the only time the horse lost was a horse that runs today. Just bad tactics. That was all it was. The horse himself, can't blame him for poor tactics. And other than that, he has done nothing wrong. Sent to the front and won. So let's see what Banker Blaney opts to do here, because he's in a little bit of a tussle here, at least for the front end, because you got, that's what I was trying to think of, Father Walsh, who defeated Olathobel, is in here against Banker Blaney, and that one's pretty quick. So does Father Walsh take anything out of Banker Blaney in the first race? Could Saratoga Banker? What's going to be the tactics for that horse with Starship Tango, the stablemate in the race, who will be coming off the pace? It could be interesting to see where Banker Blaney will be tested in a sense that he may get a little more pace pressure than normal. He's been able to, not that he's not going quick fractions, but he's been able to get the lead by himself in a lot of these races. Today, he's going to have to, from the outside, play presser or have to go really quick to get the lead and see what he's got left. It's hard to go against him when he finished home in 110 last time, drawing away from that group. But I can't blame anybody for taking a shot against him. But man, if this horse wins again, he'll become the first 5-time winner of the meet. Obviously, he's done nothing wrong. And like Olathabal, looked better with every start. See if that's the case here. I always say the toughest move when you're going through conditions is going from the 1 state bred to the 2 state bred. Remember, you go through, as it used to be, we'd go through the lifetime allowances, then you go to the 1 state bred after you go through the lifetime, and that's usually a step back when you go to the 4 lifetime to the 1 state bred. But then when you go from the 1 state bred to the 2 state bred, it's usually the toughest move. I know people that aren't familiar with our conditions are wondering what the heck I'm talking about, but I just think it's kind of this is the test, going from the 1 state bred to the 2 state bred, basically. Concord Spirit is really the true closer in here. I know Starship Tango and Hey Hey Harry will be within range. They'll be sitting and trying to make a run, but they're more like a stalk and pounce. Concord Spirit will probably sit back a little more and make a run. As just mentioned by our announcer, Chris is no longer an apprentice, obviously very skilled. I believe he'd still be up for the Eclipse Award, I would think, how good he was, has been as an apprentice. But this one exits some tough races, going against open claimers in New York. Now, the last couple starts for Concord Spirit aren't that good, but from a tactical standpoint, the race flow should be to this one's liking. I mean, they're going to be going at it on the front end, and it is 6 furlongs. I mean, we've been used to going 5.5 lately. You do a 22:45 going 6 furlongs. Banker Blaney, does he keep going, or does he get a little softened up? Horse like Concord Spirit, either way, even if Banker Blaney puts away the other speed, Concord Spirit might be the one that's last early and pass some of those horses that are trying to chase after Banker Blaney. Like it for second. Hey Hey Harry, this horse is good for the Murph. I mean, Murph pulls off an upset, it seems like, every day. Can he be the giant killer here? Hey Hey Harry, I mean, this horse is capable. He's running some good numbers, and he's running against horses that are similar to these other than Banker Blaney's sharpness. But Hey Hey Harry going good. I mean, Murph had an upset yesterday. Ice Time. Man, that was a little bit of a surprise, because I think it was the other closer for Baker that was a heavy favorite in there, and that one just outran him. All right, second race, a 5,000 claimer, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares. Goes a distance of 1 mile. Now, this one might have hung a little bit last time. That's a little bit concerning, but I always like Dreamery going long. I mean, some of these sprint races, she ran very well going short. She's got that 1 run. She was closed late in those races. But the last 2, yeah, she ran into a tough one a couple starts back. And I think that one went to another track to win. It was more, I don't want to say tough, I want to say more of the pace flow and the way the track was playing beat her that day back in early June. The last race, I don't really have an excuse for, as Turn Up the Music just outkicked her. Turn Up the Music turned out to be the better horse. And why I say she might have hung is because Turn Up the Music is a horse that usually finishes second or third. That's my only concern. Maybe it was the off track. I think this horse could sit. The speed in this race looks to come from Tamaki and Dr. G and Alley. Dreamery should be able to get a good enough trip, and no excuses today. I thought the main threat was a 7 Happy Time at 9-2 morning line. Happy Time came off the layoff last time. May have needed that race, like a couple of the Aquilano horses today. This is one that I thought was live. If you can forgive the last race, because it was the first start off the layoff, probably needed the race. You look at the field here. Her numbers last year are better than these horses. So if she improves enough and that she's back in form that she was last year, she should get a nice stocking trip and be a big threat in race number 2. And, you know, it's between Dr. G and Alley for this, as far as the speed. If the track's like yesterday is fair, I mean, you got to handicap these races differently now. I mean, we had, for a while there, you had to lean towards speed after you watched the first few races when you're betting anyways. that you give a little more strong push to horses like Tamaki or Dr. Gianelli. You say Tamaki, I say Tamaki. You can say it either way, but Tamaki is capable. We've seen it from this horse, where if she can get the lead, she's dangerous to go all the way. But the same thing can be said for Dr. Gianelli. I think she took advantage of an off track last time. That's why she ran okay. But she's certainly dangerous as well, especially if the pace isn't that fast that a couple of these horses can last out there. Because it is only a mile. It's not a mile and a 16th. It's only a mile. So a horse like Dreamery, if the pace is a little bit slower, she's not going to be able to pick them up. But she does have a win at the mile, and I think there is enough pace for her, so I'm going to use that one on top, go 3-7-6. Third race is a good allowance race. It is a optional claiming allowance. The condition is for the 2 state bred, and this one is for the fillies and mares, and it's only 5.5 furlongs. Now, Eros' Girl does have a couple wins at the distance. Actually, of the two, I mean, both of these Anthony Farrar horses have a chance in here. And I guess the other question is, how good is the Shoe Lady? Man, I was looking at her first start over the track. I thought it was just a simple case of being lone speed, as taking advantage of the other speed horse not going. But man, did this horse look impressive last time, winning easily against the 11-9. So she steps up in class off of that 73 buyer. Dorth Soul Dancers making her second start off the layoff. She's capable. But Eros' Girl is a former stakes horse who they put in at the 11-9 level, lost a race to a stablemate that had no business losing to, and then came back, beat the 11-9s barely, life or death. So you think that this is just a claimer, and then beat a really solid field of allowance horses. So where did that come from? And drawing away, I mean, by multiple lengths that she beat that field and for a good time for the day. How do you figure this horse? The last race she was up against Sandy's Garden True Empress. No chance. No chance. But back down in class slightly, into a condition anyway, after running against the best fillies and mares on the grounds. I mean, True Empress has been the top mare here the last few years, and Sandy's Garden was the main speed of the race. Where are you going against those horses? No shot. It wasn't that badly beaten. So at 4-1, a horse that's a former stakes winner, that's beat a good allowance field, and ran against the best horses on the grounds, I'm gonna take this one on top. The Shoe Lady, yeah, I just don't know how good she is, but the times sometimes speak louder than words, and she was a very fast time of the day. Now, it's interesting to see what the tactics will be. She's got probably the best jockey at the track when she's here. This horse, so they know what to do. I mean, you got the sharpest trainer, best trainer all time, and then you got Sophia Vivas from Woodbine, who's probably the best jockey here when she's here. So you got great connections, so they'll be smart enough to know what to do. It's just a matter of dealing with the other speed if that's the way the horse wants to win. You got She's a Freud on the inside and Special Pal, who can only win on the front end, in here as well. Could make it interesting for what the Shoe Lady does as far as tactics after winning on the front end a couple starts in a row. Then there's Dorth Soul Dancer. What do we do with this one? I mean, ran good last time. I don't like her at 2-1, but I would use her. I mean, I think you got to use her at pick 3s, pick 4s. She ran second to Sweet Anniversary. Now, Sweet Anniversary's had a couple starts since then, but one of them was a second place finish at Saratoga. She's a nice horse. So if she improves off of that race, this horse could be awfully tough in here as well. I got 2, 4, 5. And, it's only a 5-horse field, but a really solid 5-horse field. Full stakes caliber for a 2-state bred. Okay, fourth race, we're down to 5. We scratch the 1A, MAS Groovies, scratch the 6, She Said My Way, and scratch the 7, Call Me Carmelita. Won't get as much value as I thought it was going to get, but I had the third choice of the program. It's at 7-2, Mind of Gold. Something tells me that this horse won't be 7-2 in here. Um, Comes off the waiver claim, and now is, he stays at 5,000. I guess that's not the most positive, but she was running for 5,000 last year, and now running for 4,000, I should say. It's only $1,000 less. One of the things about these $4,000 races that we're doing this year, when you win these 4,000s, they don't count in the eligibility for the 5,000s. So that's the advantage of these horses dropping down to 4. Mind of Gold could step right back up and run in other conditions. Now it doesn't matter. Now the lifetime obviously counts, but as far as the other thans, that it doesn't count in the conditions. So that's the advantage of running against the 4s. I don't think I've seen a lifetime for that though. So Mind of Gold knocking at the door against the 5s, comes out of a good race where she hit the board. I mean, Bavarian Cream looked really good. At no point in that race did it look like Bavarian Cream was going to lose. She looked like an allowance horse beating a 5,000 claiming race. She was off the layoff, but she was much the best. The race before, it was a weaker field, a real weak field, but she was off the layoff, and Bad Connection was absolutely low in speed. Of course, that was off the layoff too, but it was just a case of pace flow more than anything. This race isn't any tougher. You got a couple speeds in here. Flattery's Music, probably the speed, but there's a question of Flattery's Music if this horse is the same horse. Now, Flattery's Music is the class here. She's taken the biggest drop in class, coming out of allowance races, dropping to 4. I don't know what to think of this horse. I mean, if she gets the lead, she's obviously very dangerous coming out of the better races. This is a significant drop. Her best race was her first race off the layoff, where she wasn't that badly beaten in a pretty decent 11-9 claimer, but she's definitely not the same horse as last year. And now she gets some serious class relief. But the other thing is, could she get the lead on Sweet Tooth Sue? Maybe. And I just don't know about the distance. I mean, the big thing is she's never won at 6 furlongs. Of course, she's never faced 4,000 claimers, a field like this at 6 furlongs, if she's able to control the pace. So, got to use her. Sweet Tooth Sue could be the other one from the inside. She's anything but a winner, though, as she does get second and third a lot, but it took her a long time, a real long time, to get through the maiden conditions. A lot of seconds. I mean, this horse has got a couple wins, still eligible for the 3 lifetime, and 10 seconds. Good horse to play underneath, right? I'll use her third. Probably should use her second. Okay, the 5th is wide open. I was going to take Still a Soldier. I mean, how could you go against that horse? But she scratched. It also scratched the 8, Dancing with Jake. It's a good race to take a shot. I mean, there's some prices with a chance here. I mean, Neptune Beach just broke the maiden, but she was going against Tougher before dropping. Makar stretches out. 8 Sunset Drive probably will run a little bit better. In the Blue, it's kind of the only one I really didn't consider. But Ranger Blue was the one I thought might be able to get the lead here, depending on what Makar does coming out of sprints. And the problem with Ranger Blue is he hasn't break LS Sharp, but it's just bad tactics. I mean, this horse needs the lead in these route races, and he's not getting the lead. Whether it's bad tactics or not, or other speed in the race that they didn't want to duel with, he's not going to win. And that's been the case. I mean, they're rating the horse. Last time, sitting right off of the speed, it's not going to work. He's not going to pass horses. So today, there really isn't much speed. I mean, I'm picking them on top, hoping that they use the right tactics today and just go to the front end, depending on how this track plays. I mean, if it's a tiring racetrack, you don't want to do that. But against this field, with Makar being the only possible other speed, I think Ranger Blue could get the front end, and it's dangerous to go all the way. I take a shot, a little bit of a price, hoping they use better tactics today. Don't know what they're going to do. Neptune Beach, logical horse, took the weight off, dropped in class, won the race. That was her first win. Congratulations to Cintron for doing everything right in that race. So now we'll see if she could, or he could come back and do it on the same thing against the two lifetimes. It's not that tough. I mean, this race didn't come up that tough at all. So basically is dropping off of that maiden win too, running against the 11 and 9. So I'm going to go with that one second. And for third, I'll go with Unity Dreams. I mean, this one's also off the maiden. And, you know, Chris Elliott initially got off the ride still so I can't blame him there. That horse looked like the winner. But, and the buyer that this horse got by winning that 5,000 maiden is a little light. But you can't fault the horse for doing what he had to do. He could improve off of that race. Just another one to consider in race number 5. Okay, 6th race. Scratch the 9, Sharpoon. What do we have? Irie Man should be listed as bubble off, not blinkers off. I guess maybe just omit the blinker change because it's not even listed with the bubble. So not sure where we're getting that one. I would go with that one on top anyway. This one last time, change or not, was compromised by the start. When you see a lot of these Baker horses, he's got some really good ones coming in here, but they're off the pace types. He's got a lot of off the pace types, and he's run into some racetracks that have been favoring speed. So I'm expecting Baker probably to pick it up here in mid-season as the tracks get a little less speed favoring, and some of these horses could start winning because they've been against it because he's got the closing style, and this is one of them. Irie Man comes out of a tougher race on a speed favoring racetrack. Basically, the speed went 1-2. Creation of Adam was off a layoff, but a real good one, and the other one, Paint the Line, ran with that horse all the way around the racetrack. The two of them, it was like a match race with the two of them on the speed favoring track. So where are you going? You can't close on the track. And plus, you had the bad start to begin with. Better chance today. Like the horse's chances. And I'm going to use them on top. The 7, One Vision for Little Oscar. This one ran at Finger Lakes and hit the board. I thought ran very well that day, too. Was kind of up against it the way the pace flow went. I think that was the day, it was an inside day, and this horse was trying to close on the outside of the track. It was inside speed day. That was against allowance horses. Returns to Finger Lakes here, and is in at the bottom. That's enough reason to like the horse, and he's a good price. This horse is 6-1 morning line. Use him second. I mean, the form isn't great. His best race recently, obviously, was the race here. But again, that was against allowance horses. The 2 is Global Giant. Global Giant also drops. This one takes a sharp drop all the way from the allowance condition and cuts back in distance. Big cut back in distance for Global Giant, but another closing type. And the big question, I guess, when I'm taking these closing horses, how much pace is there? It's not a strong pace in this race for some of these closers. I mean, I expect Go Get the Bag to probably send in here. Skylar's Artemis might be able to get first run on some of these other closers who seem like the main contenders. The classier horses in this race seem to have a closing style. And really, Skylar's Artemis does too. I mean, where he's closer is in route races. Last time, turning back in distance, he actually did run a good fourth. Was wide in that race. It was another drop down, 4 Eyes, that won the race. But I did expect him to run better than what he did. Again, he was wide, and it was over and off track, so he could improve off of the race. So I'm going to go with the 4, 7, 2, and 8. I'd use all 4 of them, though, if I'm playing picks. Okay, 7th race. Good allowance race. Would this be considered our feature? It's the 8th. Yeah, I would say this was our feature race. This is a good one. It is a mile 70, optional claiming allowance. The claiming tag 10, nobody's in for the tag. It's in for the allowance condition of the 2 state bred. Seems to be the trend today. But really, okay, so there's 6 horses in here. But as far as win threats, I think you can cut it down to 4. That the outside two horses don't really play. Co-Conspirator needs a break. The horse has been running all year. 30 Oysters, unless it's a strong speed bias and Quiet Wisdom lets the horse go, tough to see that one winning at this level. So you could cut it down to the old 1, 2, 3, and 4 in some order. I'm taking a little bit shot of maybe the price of the 4. I mean, Roses Pepino, you'd like him more on an off track. I don't think we're going to get an off track. Oh, Joe Cruz should be listed on this horse. I thought Roses Pepino ran a huge race last time. If you watch the race, and I saw it live, I mean, this horse is coming down the stretch. His outside's got all kinds of momentum, and basically got bothered by two horses. Starship Tango was the one who caused it, trying to angle out to go around the horse that was in front of him. And then our man Mike reacted to it and just went way wide and took out Roses Pepino. You could make a case that the horse could have been taken down, but it was probably Starship Tango that initially caused the infraction, and that horse finished behind him. So maybe that's what they were looking at. But for handicapping purposes, it really did affect Roses Pepino. It affected whether he'd be there or not, and he ended up having to settle for third. So, yeah, nothing's listed in the program. There was no inquiry, no objection. I don't know. It just didn't happen, but it did happen. So Roses Pepino could take advantage if 30 Oysters is going to be out there in fast fractions. Now, our man Mike is also going to be closing, and that one could run an improved race off the last one, because that was his first start off of a layoff. So, and it does look like there's a lot of horses that want to be forwardly placed. Quiet Wisdom has speed from the inside. Don't Lose Cruise stretching out should have speed, and then 30 Oysters has speed. So there is plenty of pace for these two horses. I like them both. I just thought Roses Pepino only lost a length for second for our man Mike, and had all that trouble on the outside, being bothered by both horses, that he still ran very well. So I'm going to use him on top. Don't Lose Cruise just comes out of better races in those sprint races last year. You remember horses like Runaway Joke? By the way, Runaway Joke is entered, was it on Monday? I think it is. So we'll see that one for the first time this year. And what a year did Runaway Joke had, by the way, one of the top horses last year. Busted Away also had kind of a rivalry with Don't Lose Cruise at Busted Away, but Busted Away seems to beat him every time. Now, you look at the two races for Don't Lose Cruise, he got aggressive. He figured, and I understand the tactics, there was only 4 horses of the race. You didn't want to just let Busted Away go on with it and win, and they're trying to win the race, so they went after him. And Crypto Causeway was the one who took advantage and ended up winning the race from off the pace. Well, it turns out Crypto Causeway is really good this year. I think Donna Beretta's found something with that horse in sprint races, used it in one run, almost won the Leon Reed Memorial. But then last time, Bustin' Away ran his race. What are you going to do? Now stretches out. He's just as good going long as short. He does have more seconds than wins, and that's why I put him second and not on top. Our man Mike, yeah, you got to think that he's going to improve off of that race. Good possibility anyway. If he doesn't, he's still going to be there. And I think he'll probably be the favorite in this race, though. And like I said, I thought Roses Pepino ran at least just as good, although our man Mike could be the one to improve more than Roses Pepino. You could use a few in here. Like I said, Quiet Wisdom has some strong numbers coming out of allowance races. Unfortunately, he's on the inside, so he's going to get pressured because 30 Oysters only has one way of going. It's kind of how I saw the race. I'd actually consider using all 4 horses of the 6 if you're playing picks in that race. You don't want to make too big a ticket, but it's that competitive of a race in race number 7. Okay, 8th race, an 11-9 claimer. Non-winners of races a date, never won 4 or for 3-year-olds, goes the distance of 6 furlongs. I got some prices, morning line anyway. It says I pick favorites. Got a lot of horses that aren't favorites today. Gringotts, she probably will end up the favorite. Watch this, because she's 6-1 morning line. ran a good second behind the Shoe Lady. We're going to see how the Shoe Lady is earlier in the day. I mean, the Shoe Lady's in really tough against some solid horses that race. But Gringotts was the one that got up for second in that race and put up a good number. Last race tried a route. It didn't really work out, but it's not like she ran that badly. So she cuts back in distance, back to 6 furlongs. Seems like she's going to get a pace to chase in here. And I'd expect her to close in here. And with the numbers, she's got the last couple best buyers in the race. So I don't know, 6-1 seems like a good price. Saratoga Kisses, logical horse. She should be able to improve off of the last start for Beth Miller-Saul. You know, easy play, took a lot of money, ended up being best. What are you going to do? It goes a little further today than the 5.5, 6 furlongs. And I think the more distance, the better for Saratoga Kisses, even though she did run pretty well for the short distance, especially at this level. I think if this was a route at the 11-9, she'd win. But maybe, you know, you want to get in for that waiver claim, and this is the race that came up. So I think she's got a good chance to win anyway with that one run. So if she's got some punch here. Hypnocurrency drops slightly after running against allowance horses. She's more of a underneath horse, I call them, because she doesn't win a lot but hits the board a lot against the same kind of competition. And those are good horses to have. I know owners like those horses because they keep getting a check. And they're good horses to handicap and play because you know what to expect from them. I'm using her third. Who Asked You can improve again in the third start, although she hasn't run as well this year. But she's getting mixed up in races where she can't get the lead. Unfortunately, she's got 2 speeds inside of her. She's got in kind of the same situation. But she is better than the 2 horses inside her, unless Stars Delight runs her race. At least lately, Stars Delight. But Stars Delight, if she runs back to her last year form, she could be dangerous from the rail as well. So I'm going to go with the 6, 5, 4, 3. A little bit of a price, at least the morning line, at odds of 6-1 for Gringotts. All right, last race on the card. Scratch the 9s. Not the 9 herself that she's in, but scratch the 1 natural 9 and scratch the 5, 9 and 4. Again, took another horse that's a little bit of a price on the morning line at 9-2. The 6 MG Dash, and I had this horse on top even before the scratches, just because it's a race that just lacks any kind of early speed. Now, it's not like MG Dash is a true speed horse, but he's going to be today because there's absolutely no pace in race number 9. He looks like the speed. I don't know who else you consider. I mean, maybe the 1 would have shown speed. The horse had the rail and chased a little bit, but now you don't have to worry about it. That was the other one I thought might show some speed in here, but he scratched. The last race that this horse ran was a little disappointing. I mean, he was bet down to be the favorite, went dropping to 5,000. It didn't fire at all. And today goes a little further. Not exactly great angles I'm going after here, but you know how it is. Your running style, and you're not any worse than anybody else in the race, and you become the horse that has a tactical edge, you have a good chance to go all the way. Now, I don't know if he's going the wrong way, and they just eat him up anyway as he gets the lead, and they engulf him before the stretch, but at least he's got a tactical edge here in a relatively wide open race, and at least on the morning line, he's a little bit of a price. A couple of them here late. I like both of the Aquilano horses. The 8 Limits of Power might be up a little more up against it from a pace standpoint because he's cutting back in distance from the routes. But he's coming out of better races in New York, so he might just simply be better. The last couple of races aren't good, though. He's getting beat pretty badly. But this is a significant drop after running in those races, dropping all the way down to 5,000, coming here, going to the Aquilano barn, and dropping to 5. Nothing wrong with that, and I think the horse has got a big chance in this race. But pace flow is a concern. Now, Mount Morris won't be that far back. Speaking of paceless races, I mean, they went, you have to kind of take a double take when you look at the fractions of the race that he comes out of. I mean, he's a horse that does that much speed and they went 48. I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, he just hung around. And he could improve off of that race. I had to pick somebody for third. I looked at it. I liked them. I liked both of the Aquilano horses. That's what I liked in here. And then I look at it. Who the heck can you like for third in this race? That's why I didn't even pick a fourth horse because I had enough trouble picking a third horse. And maybe you could take Mount Morris off the good effort because he could improve off the race. If you, I mean, I don't know. Being with the pace in 48 and running second, he can improve off of the race. But at least he showed some signs of life, dropping a 5,000 off of the layoff last year. So I'm going to go with the 687 in the last race of the day. Those are my picks for this Tuesday card. Hope everybody enjoys the racing today. Chance for some value. I know I had some prices today. We do continue live racing. Remember, we go a little bit later on Wednesday. We go 1 o'clock still on Monday and Tuesday, but on Wednesdays only, 1:15 post. So see you a little later tomorrow.
We have a couple of late scratches that we haven't announced yet. It just came available. In race number 5, scratch number 9, Dr. Darby. Race 5, scratch number 9, Dr. Darby. Then in race number 8, scratch number 6, Gringotts. Race 8, scratch number 6, Gringotts. Horses coming onto the track for the first race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Starship Tango and Sofia Vives. Number 2 is Concord Spirit. Late jockey change Relu Gutierrez. Number 3, Hey Hey Harry, Andre Worry. Number 4 is Father Walsh and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 5, Saratoga Banker, Caber Coa. And number 6, Banker Blaney and Luis Perez. Track is fast. First race in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 9 races on a Tuesday. Track is fast, very pleasant conditions here in the Finger Lakes region. Big favorite, 3-5, number 6, Banker Blaney, now 3-4 on him. 4 for 4 in 2025 for Banker Blaney. Father Walsh walking up into line. Saratoga Banker and Banker Blaney. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A little bit of a stumble there for Starship Tango, who's last. It's Banker Blaney, the favorite, who rushes out for the lead and clears off by 1.5 lengths. Saratoga Banker pursues in second. A space of 3.5 lengths to Father Walsh, who races in third. Then 2 more lengths to Hey Hey Harry in fourth. A space of 4 to Concord Spirit, who's 4 lengths in front of Starship Tango, who's at the tail of the field. It's Banker Blaney who leads this group into the turn. Leads by 3/4 of a length over Saratoga Banker, who shadows that one outside in second. A margin of 6 lengths to Father Walsh in third. Hey Hey Harry towards the inside in fourth. Then 6 lengths back to Concord Spirit, who's 5 lengths in front of Starship Tango, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Banker Blaney comes off the turn, leading by 1 length. Saratoga Banker's now all out in second. A few more lengths back to Hey Hey Harry towards the inside. Third, Father Walsh in fourth. 1 furlong to go. It's Banker Blaney on top by 4. Hey, hey, Harry emerges in second. Concord Spirits up the inside late. Banker Blaney leads by a length over Hey, hey, Harry. Banker Blaney, I think, got there over Hey, hey, Harry. That's a photo. Concord Spirit in third, and the first from Finger Lakes. Number 6, Banker Blaney holds on over number 3, Hey, hey, Harry. Third, number 2, Concord Spirit. Fourth, number 4, Father Walsh. 6 furlongs, 112.19. Back to the winner's circle momentarily. Number 6, Banker Blaney. 5 for 5 in 2025. Is this New York bred 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Central Banker out of Alva Tea Soup. Glass Tip Stable owns. Also bred Banker Blaney. Jonathan Buckley is the trainer. Luis Perez, the winning jockey. $3.10 the winning mutual, exacta $12, 50-cent try, $7.45. Dime superfecta, $4.15. Second race at Finger Lakes. There are no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
All right, getting in ready for race number 2. Well, it wasn't easy, but Banker Blaney was able to hold on to get the win over Hey Hey Harry. Banker Blaney becomes the first 5-time winner of 2025. Really the first time the horse has been challenged late. And he really wasn't challenged as much early. I mean, Saratoga Banker did keep him honest, but no speed from Father Walsh probably helped Banker Blaney, or he would have probably not held on today. But he was able to get the victory. That was Louis Perez for trainer John Buckley. We go to the second, never won 3 condition for fillies and mares. Goes a distance of 1 mile. Got a few horses to consider in here. I got Dreamery on top. I don't like the way the horse hung a little bit last time, but turn up the music, maybe just the better horse. It wasn't the slop. She's been getting closer. The track beat her more than anything in the June 11th race, where Equanimus, I think she came back to win at Prescott or something like that, but My Royal Vow was in there as well. My Royal Vow will be favored against these. So she's hit the board her last 3 starts, and this is the weakest field to date. It's just a matter of getting the right kind of trip. She should be tough. 9-5 is the price on Dreamery. The 7 Happy Time, another big contender in here. You'd expect her to improve off of the last race. She's in for the waiver claim again, but she probably needed that start, and it was on a sloppy track. You look at her last year's form when she ran for 5,000 here at Finger Lakes, she was always right there. So probably a horse that needed a race, looked like a horse that needed a race. So expect for her to improve. Then you got a couple of the speed horses. You got Dr. Gianelli and Tamaki. Tamaki should run better, dropping in class and stretching out to the route. We've seen this horse run good going long. When she was able to make the lead, that was the day that she won back last September. There is some other speed in here, but could be very dangerous if she does make the lead, stretching out to the route after a couple poor sprints to start off the season. She's getting a little bit of play. So 7 minutes to post for the second. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
Horses coming on the track for the second race from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Automated Teller and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Wine Trail and Laird Bailey. Number 3 is Dreamery and Luis Perez. Number 4 is Floral Oats, Emin Harkey. Number 5 is Dr. G and Alley, Andre Worry. Number 6, Tamaki, Juan Diaz. And number 7, Happy Time, Caber Koa is the rider. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the second race from Finger Lakes. Wine Trail going in. The favorite Dreamery. Floral Oats. Dr. G and Alley. Tamaki. And Happy Time. They're all in the gate. And they're off. A stumble there for Automated Teller. It's Dreamery and Tamaki going out for the lead. Dr. G and Alley splits those two. 3 across the track early on. Wine Trail, Floral Oats, and Happy Time make up the next flight. And after that stumble, Automated Teller is at the rear. As they fight for early supremacy, Dr. G and Alley's on top. The lead's a half length. Tamaki second. Dreamery and Floral Oats third and fourth. Happy Time 3 wide fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. A length back to Wine Trail, who's 3 lengths in front of Automated Teller, who's at the back. First quarter mile in the casual, 25 2/5 up the backstretch. Dr. G and Alley has the head in front of Tamaki. Floral Oats behind the speed in third. Happy Time outside of him in fourth. And then it's Dreamery is along the inside. Will try and scrape the paint and advance. And followed up by Wine Trail in second last and 4 lengths to the trailer. Automated Teller. Entry into the far turn. It's Dr. G and Alley and Tamaki still together as one. Dreamery needs somewhere to run. Happy Time circles up wide. It's Floral Oats who splits horses. Dreamery's in fifth, 2.5 lengths off the lead. Will try and get through somewhere as Wine Trail will have to take the overland route. Automated Teller trails the field and Dreamery still having the check. And all the meanwhile, Tamaki comes off the turn leading by a half length over Dr. G and Alley. Dreamery's towards the inside. Floral Oats is in the clear. Happy Time grandstand side. Dreamery gets through. Dreamery now striking the front. Floral Oats is on the outside. Up into second. 16th to go. It's Dreamery. Dreamery give Luis Perez the early double here at Finger Lakes. Floral Oats second. Third Tamaki. Fourth Dr. G and Alley. 3-4 and a photo for third. Number 3, Dreamery first. Third, number 6, Tamaki. Fourth, number 5, Dr. Gianelli. 3-4-6-5. In the winner's circle, number 3, Dreamery. New York bred 4-year-old junk run filly by Mastery out of Dreamer's Prospect. Frank Fumira and Come What May Racing. The ownership, Rachel Sells, the trainer. Luis Perez with the riding double today. Carl Bennett bred Dreamery. Dreamery pays $3.80 to win, double $8.50, exacta $16.60, trifecta $25.50, dime superfecta $12.17. Onward to race number 3. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering, post time race number 3 in 24 minutes at 2:04 p.m.
All right, I'm in the paddock 4, race number 3, as Dreamery able to come up the rail and get the victory in the second as the favorite, kind of a short price double. This race looks a little more competitive. Good race, good classy race here for the third race, and I am joined by one of the top Finger Lakes jockeys ever, Ray Lou Gutierrez, who's been on to bigger and better things. Yeah, that was too much right there. Anyway, I got Ray Lou. I don't know how much of a good of a handicapper he is. Are you 2 for 2? Okay, he's 2 for 2. He will attempt to look at the third race. I'm going to give the microphone to Ray, see how he does.
All right, we got race 3, 5.5. She's a Freud. Definitely has to go from the inside. But a condition allowance race last time. Special pal. I think we'll probably try to lay it on him a little bit, but there's going to be a little bit too much speed in the race. I'm going to go with the outside play. My pick to win this race: Doris Dancer Soul, Cabercoa, Ferraro Jr. Second off the layoff. Are you cutting back a little bit from 3/4, 5.5? Yes, but I think there will be a pace meltdown in this race. Picking up the pieces, I think I am going to go with Dave's pick to Eros' girl. I mean, Perez rode Dorth last time. Now he's on the 2. Really tough optional claiming 30,000 condition race last time. Again, there's a lot of speed in this race, so we're looking 2-5, 5-2, but I do expect there to be a pace meltdown. But I'm going to give the benefit to the outside horse, 5-horse field. It's kind of a jockey's type of race. I think K-Burr, he's top 3 rider here easily, and he's going to use that outside to his advantage. Thanks, Dave.
Hey, I'm glad I caught Ray. Man, he actually sounded. He's going to take over my job. Well, now, unfortunately, he makes a lot more money than I do. But thanks a lot, Ray. Do you have to ride again this week? Here?
Here, no. Saratoga tomorrow, then Gulfstream Friday through Sunday.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me, Ray, and good luck in this race. Actually, I do have the 2, 4, and 5. Everybody's going to be playing race picks, not mine, but I did take Eros' girl, who does exit a couple really good races. And the field that she beat, when she beat Sandy's Garden, if she can repeat that effort, she could be awfully tough in here. I see most of the money right now on the Shoe Lady, ridden by Sophia Vivas. Well, good luck in here. Race 3 got about 8 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, She's a Freud, and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Arosa's Girl, and Luis Perez. Number 3 is Special Pal, Hemin Harkey. There's the 4, The Shoe Lady, and Sofia Vivez. Number 5 is Dorth's Soul Dancer and Cabercoa. Post time in about 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes, an optional claiming allowance affair. Going 5 1/2 furlongs, 9 to 5 on number 2. Arosa's Girl, 2 to 1, number 4, the Shoe Lady. Loading up for race number 3. The Shoe Lady going up. Dorth's Soul Dancer to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Special Pal, She's a Freud. These two barrel out for the lead. The Shoe Lady didn't get the best beginning in the world, but is up into third and about 5 lengths off the lead. Dorth's Soul Dancers in second last and a length back to Arosa's Girl, who's at the tail of the field. We got an old-fashioned speed duel on the front end. She's a Freud and Special Pal. They're going at it. They're clear by 7 lengths. The Shoe Lady's in third, first quarter mile, and a lively 22 2/5. Dorth's Soul Dancers outside in fourth and about 10 lengths off the lead. And Arosa's Girl starts to get involved into the race a little bit at the back of the pack. It's Special Pal. Special Pal getting away from She's a Freud at the quarter pole. The Shoe Lady draws closer third. Arosa's Girl's in fourth and about 5 lengths off the lead. Special Pal, the Shoe Lady, Arosa's Girl threading her way through traffic now towards the inside third, 2 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. It's the Shoe Lady now striking the front. Arosa's Girl and Special Pal up the inside. Here comes the winning line. The Shoe Lady wins over Arosa's Girl. And then with Special Pal and many lengths back to Dorth's Soul Dancer fourth. 4235. Number 4, the Shoe Lady first. 5 1/2 furlongs, 105.82. Back to the winner's circle now with a 3-race win streak. Number 4, the Shoe Lady. New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Upstart out of Rosedale. Barry Schwartz, the owner. Michael Ferraro, the trainer. Sophia Vives, the winning jockey. Stonewall Farm bred, the Shoe Lady. She pays $6.60 to win. Daily double, $10.40. Exacta, $15. 50-cent trifecta, $9.70. Dime superfecta, $3.25. Fourth race from Finger Lakes. Scratch part of an entry, the 1A MAS Scrooves. Scratch number 6, She Said My Way, and the 7, Call Me Carmelita. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post time race number 4 in about 22 minutes at 2:34 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 4. Not sure if, I don't know if Ray Lou picked that one or not, but that was the Shoe Lady getting the victory in race number 3. As they did get the pace that was expected, and Sophia did a good job getting that one home over Eros' girl, who also got a nice trip in the 3rd. We go to the 4th that scratched the 1A MES Screws, the 6 She Said My Way, and the 7 Call Me Carmelita. We're left with 5 betting interests. This is a $4,000 claiming race. Non-winners of race since the date for fillies and mares. We are below the bottom with this one. And you can make a case for a couple of them in here. I thought Mind of Gold would be logical in here off a couple in the money finishes the first 2 starts of the season. Ran second to a lone speed winner in Bad Connection. And then last time ran into a real sharp horse, a Bavarian Queen, who was coming off the layoff, but was just so much better than the 5,000 claimers she was up against. I thought Mind of Gold actually ran pretty well to be within the amount of lengths that she was. So easier field today. Of course, you can say that for all of them. Easier field today, and Mind of Gold I'm going to give a slight edge to. The 2-horse Flattery's Music is the tricky read because she takes such a big drop in class, and she's been facing tougher. Her best race was her first start of the year, where she ran against the 11 and 9s. It was Violent Vixen who was coming in here, had a big class edge on that field. And Saloon Girl, much better field than what she faces here, and she lost by less than 5 lengths. Again, it was shorter distance. This is 6 furlongs. She hasn't been competitive since, but they are against far tougher horses than the below bottoms that she is here. I thought the biggest problem with her would be the 3/4 distance. She has not done well at running 6 furlongs in her career. Of course, like you say, for all of them, she's faced tougher competition. And she has faced the more recent tougher competition than anybody else in this field. Sweet Tooth Sue's getting some play. She could be the inside speed along with Flattery's Music, but she's anything but a winner at most of her career. She's got 10 seconds and 9/3 with just the 2 victories, 1 for 17 at the distance, but hits the board often. Took her a long, long time to break her maiden. She finally did it. And again, off the last race, numbers-wise, she should be competitive. But remember, when she did have that maiden win, she did it on the front end. If she can make the front over Flattery's Music and hold the rail, that might improve her chances in this race. But keep in mind, she's still eligible for the 3 lifetimes. She's a 2-time winner, while a couple of the other ones are eligible for tougher conditions. Exactatri Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts in the 4th. Again, we scratched the 1A, the 6, and the 7.
Fillies and Mares coming on to the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field, remaining part of the entry. Number 1, Sweet Tooth Sue and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Flattery's Music and Rafael Rojina Jr. Number 3, Coffee Futures, Nasario Alvarado aboard. Number 4 is Mind of Gold and Kristen Navarro. And number 5, Wabonzi, Michael Davila Jr. Post time, race 4 in approximately 5 minutes. Push time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the Mares have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5 to go 6 furlongs. Eight to 5. Now 3 to 2 on number 4, Mind of Gold. 9 to 5, number 2, Flattery's Music. 2 to 1 on number 1, Sweet Tooth Sue. Mind of Gold going up, Wabonzi to the outside. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Decent start. Sweet Tooth Sue sending out for the lead with Wabonzi, joined by Flattery's Music up the inside in third. Mind of Gold right behind the speed in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead, and 3 parts of a length back to Coffee Futures, who's at the tail of the field. Flattery's Music kicks on through towards the inside, gets the head in front of Wabonzi is on the outside in second. Mind of Gold rates in third, and then in fourth, Sweet Tooth Sue about 4.5 lengths off the lead and 2 lengths to Coffee Futures, who trails the field as Sweet Tooth Sue had to check on the turn. About 2.5 furlongs to go, and it's Flattery's Music who strides away by 3 open lengths over Wabonzi, who's all out in second. Sweet Tooth Sue up the inside into a joint third. Mind of Gold's on the outside with Coffee Futures as they reach the top of the stretch, and it's Flattery's Music who's homeward bound, has the lead by about 5 lengths over Sweet Tooth Sue and Mind of Gold second and third. Wabonzi shuffled fourth. They run to the 16th pole. It's Flattery's Music by 3. Mind of Gold cutting into the margin. Time is running out. Flattery's Music, Mind of Gold. Mind of Gold's got her. Mind of Gold rallies for the win. Flattery's Music second. Sweet Tooth Sue third. Wabonzi fourth. 4215. Number 4, Mind of Gold first. Back to the winner's circle, number 4, Mind of Gold. Went off as the even money favorite, picks up career win number 9. New York bred, 8-year-old bay mare by Tail of Acadi out of Bitter Gold. David Oyola, owner trainer. Christian Navarro, the winning jockey. McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, bred Mind of Gold. 430, the winning mutual. Daily doubles of 4 and 4. 1640, exacta 4-2, 1080. Trifecta $4.30. Dime super $1.17, 50-cent pick 3, $8.50. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Still a Soldier. Scratch number 8, Dancing with Jake. And number 9, Dr. Darby. 389 out of race 5. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 5 wagering. Post time for race number 5 in about 18 minutes at 3:01 p.m.
All right, in the paddock for the fifth race, looking back at the fourth, Flattery's Music was looking pretty good coming down the stretch, but it was Mind of Gold. She was able to run her down. Christian Navarro for David Iola. Kind of how you expected the complexion of the race to go, but things did get interesting as that one opened up the lead. Okay, we scratched the 3, Still a Soldier. That would have been a huge favorite in here. Scratched the 8, Dancing with Jake. So probably opens up the race a little bit here. We also scratched the 9, Dr. Darby. That was a later scratch. The 5, Ranger Blue. I'm going to take that one. It's just a matter of poor tactics and, maybe just race flow. Source needs the lead in these route races, and he's not going for the lead, and he's not passing horses. So, it's not like he's running that badly. Last race wasn't that bad, as HB Plaisance was able to take the initiative and get out there to the lead. I mean, that one came back to win off of after a couple of races. So, Rager that was off the maiden one, and he, speed was good too that day. So I would think Ranger Blue a little more aggressive here with a lack of pace. The only really other speed possibility would be the 2 Makar, and he's probably faster because that one had to be real aggressive with his sprint speed and would probably finish off the board if he tries to be that aggressive. So Ranger Blue 8-5, I'd want a bigger price on him, but I would think that this horse would be tough if he can get to the lead. Neptune Beach drops off of the maiden win, so he's very logical, as that was Apprentice Rider's Cintron's first victory here at Finger Lakes, and she did everything right aboard this horse, and maybe the same type of trip today. Stay close to the pace where there isn't a lot of pace, and it's not a tougher field considering you're at a lower claiming price facing the winners. So a very logical horse is Neptune Beach. The other one that is coming off the maiden win is the 7, Unity Dreams. Unity Dreams did have the weight off last time as Chris Elliott opted to go to Still a Soldier, ended up scratching, but this one didn't have the biggest number. The time wasn't that fast, but he was much the best in that race. So if he could move forward from that race, I don't think would be a big surprise in here, and neither does the public. He's right now at odds of 7-2. He could maybe run down the speed if a pace does develop. I went with a 5-1-7, not really going out on a limb in this race, but it all depends on race flow. Again, scratch the 3, Still a Soldier, and the 8, Dancing with Jake.
Horses coming on the track. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Number 1, Neptune Beats and Yalexa Marie Cintron. Number 2 is Makar and Andre Worry. Next up, number 4, 8 Sunset Drive and Christian Navarro. Number 5, Ranger Blue and Joel Cruz. Number 6, In the Blue and Jose Ventura. And number 7 is Unity Dreams and Favino Villapino. Aboard. Post time in just a few minutes. approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 6 to go, a mile and 40 yards. 8 to 5, number 5, Ranger Blue. 2 to 1, number 1, Neptune Beach. 2 to 1, number 7, Unity Dreams. Ranger Blue. In the blue. And Unity Dreams. And they're all in the gates. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive and McCarr. These two blitz out for the front end. Ranger Blue in the blue, 3rd and 4th. Neptune Beach tucked in along the inside. And Unity Dreams will be spun out widest around that first turn at the back of the pack. 8 Sunset Drive on top. The lead's a length and a half. McCarr to the outside of Neptune Beach. Neptune Beach now challenging for the top spot, as it's Ranger Blue who's in mid-flight in 4th, 3 lengths off the lead. And then it's In the Blues in some tight quarters. And outside of him is Unity Dreams. The whole field's covered by 3 lengths as they travel up the backstretch. 5 furlongs for the winning line. 8 Sunset Drive has the lead. Challenger inside, outside. Neptune Beach at the fence. McCarr is 3 wide. Then 2 more lengths of Ranger Blue niggled upon to keep up in 4th. Then it's the gray In the Blue in 2nd last. And 2 more lengths to Unity Dreams, who trails the field as they make the entry into the far turn. McCarr, 8 Sunset Drive. Neptune Beach gets through towards the inside. And Neptune Beach from 3rd up into the lead as McCarr is alongside in 2nd as 8 Sunset Drive backpedals. In the Blue goes wide. Ranger Blues at the fence, and at the back it's Unity Dreams as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. It's Neptune Beach and McCarr. These two brush it upper stretch, and they're clear by 7 lengths over Ranger Blue in 3rd and 8 Sunset Drive in 4th. 1 furlong to go. Neptune Beach and McCarr still 1st and 2nd. Ranger Blues in 3rd, 6 off the pace. In deep stretch, it's Neptune Beach who has the lead. Neptune Beach in front. McCarr 2nd, Ranger Blue 3rd, 8 Sunset Drive 4th. Stewards have a jockey objection, also a steward's inquiry into the stretch run. Taking a look at the actions of number 1 at Neptune Beach. One, 2, 5, 4. Unofficially, number 1, Neptune Beach first. Mile 40 yards and 146.24. But we've got an objection and a steward's inquiry into the stretch run. No change. No change in the order of finish. Stewards ruled that the incident did not affect the outcome of the race, and no change in the order of finish. Neptune Beach, New York bred. 4-year-old bay gelding by Lavon out of Paper Kite, a South Ronan owner-trainer, and the Alexa Marie Cintron, an apprentice aboard Neptune Beach. Sequel thoroughbreds, bred Neptune Beach. It's official. $5.10 the winning mutual. Double $17.20. Exacta $26.20. 50-cent try $9. Dime super $5.67. Early pick 5 of 5. $58.62. Sixth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 9, Sharpoon. It's not blinkers off for the 5 Erie Man. It's bubble off. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, 8 pick 4 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes at 3:38 p.m. in this 6 race, the 7-1 Vision races without a hood. No hood for number 7-1 Vision in race 6.
All right, they're about to go on the track for the 6th race, and looking back to the 5th, as you had to sweat out the inquiry if you had Neptune Beach, but was able to get his number kept up there as it didn't affect the outcome and any placement. So Cintron gets a victory for Asaf Ronan. We'll look at the 6 real quick as they're going on the track. As the 7-horse, One Vision, getting some play for Little Oscar. That one ran 3rd last time was here, and that was against allowance horses. So returns to Finger Lakes at a much reduced level at $5,000. and the weight off. This one at odds of 5-2. Lukewarm favorite. The horse I did have a little bit better than that. We're a little over that one. Was the 4 Irie Man. Irie Man was against the racetrack last time as the speed went 1-2 around, and plus had a bad start. The previous start was pretty good. He's just going to need something to run at, as he's kind of at the mercy of the pace with his closing style. So they're going on the track for the 6th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts. Scratch the 9, Sharpoon.
Coming on to the track for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. We'll lead with number 2, Global Giant, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3 is Go Get the Bag and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Erie Man and Andre Worry. Number 5 is Bone Chance and Chris Russell. Number 6, One with Everything, and Michael Davila Jr. Number 7, horse named One Vision, and Frank Gonzalez. Number 8 is Skylar's Artemis and Sofia Vives. And number 10 is Support the Cat. Caber Koa. Already on the turn is number 1, Saratoga Weekend, and JM Rohina. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 9 to go 6 furlongs. 9 to 5 on number 4, Erie Man. Bon Chance going up. One with Everything, One Vision. Skylar's Artemis and Support the Cat. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Checking after the start, One with Everything and Bon Chance. It's Support the Cat from an outside post who accelerates out for the front end. Go Get the Bag in second. Saratoga Weekend tucked in along the inside in third. And then in fourth, that's Erie Man to the outside of Global Giant who threads his way through traffic. Followed up by One Vision who's to the outside of Bon Chance. Skylar's Artemis is stuck out widest around the turn, about 4.5 off the lead, then about 12 lengths to the trailer, and that is One with Everything. On the turn, Support the Cat. Erie Man comes to tackle in second, and One Vision sweeps up 3 wide third. Saratoga Weekend races in fourth. Global Giant is now in fifth. Now up into fourth is Global Giant. Go Get the Bags in fifth. Saratoga Weekend getting shuffled. Skylar's Artemis stuck out wide as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's Erie Man who's homeward bound, who has headed Support the Cat. Support the Cat tries to fight on, and it does exactly that. Support the Cat comes along, back along the rail, is now on even terms with Erie Man. Erie Man and Support the Cat, 16th to go. Erie Man to the outside of Support the Cat. Erie Man with the advantage. Erie Man with the win. Support the Cat second. Very close for third. Saratoga Weekend to the inside of Global Giant. 4-10-1-2. Number 4, Erie Man first. To the winner's circle, number 4, Erie Man, New York bred. 4-year-old dark brown gelding, but congrats to the very accomplished Charlton Baker, owner, trainer, Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Charlton's also the breeder of Erie Man. 6 furlongs, 113.62. 9-5 favorite. Scores in race 6. $560 the winning mutual, double $15.40, exacta $49.20, trifecta $112. Dime Super, $138.70, 50-cent pick 3, $13.37, pick 4, 4 of 4, $42.87. Race 7 from Finger Lakes. Jockey change at number 3, Roses Pepino, Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on the 3. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race 7 in 19 minutes at 4:06 p.m.
All right, getting ready for the 7th race, and close finish, but Irie Man able to get the victory under Andre Worry. That'll start off the late pick 4. Had a little bit of a tussle in there. All right, mile 70 is the distance of this race, and it's an optional claiming allowance race. 2 state bred is the condition. Nobody really in for the tag. So look at some of the contenders in here. Yeah, I think the betting's right. I mean, the outside 2 horse aren't really win threats. Maybe chances to hit the board, but it seem a little bit outclassed. But the other 4, any of the 4, you could see winning this race depending on the pace flow and the trip. They all have pretty good resumes, and Rose's Pepino is the one I'm going to start with, and one of the better prices of the 4, as he's a late runner as well as our man Mike, and you make a case for both of them. Our man Mike could improve off of having a race under his belt. Rose's Pepino got the worst of it last time with Starship Tango coming out, and then our man Mike reacting and then bumping into Rose's Pepino, which he kind of lost his action lost his momentum, and ended up only losing by second by a length. Now the winner, Rhymes at Dimes, was much the best, but Rose's Pepino was only length beaten by our man Mike, who had really bumped into him and taken him out off the stride. So it was a good effort for Rose's Pepino returning here to Finger Lakes. He's hit the board 3 of the 5 times. We'll have Joel Cruz aboard for this race, and right now he's the biggest price of the 4 at 4-1. The other 4-1 shot is the 4, Don't Lose Cruz, and he has faced some better competition when you consider he is running against Runaway Joke, who was one of the top horses last year, one of the top sprinters, probably the second best sprinter when you consider behind Jack and Bernie. Busting Away, Brew Pub, those are all good horses. Crypto Causeway in an allowance race with Busting Away, when he was the one that tried to go after Busting Away early, trying not to let that horse get away with easy fractions. He did something he's not used to doing and showing that kind of sprint speed, and it actually burnt him out in the process, but he's trying to win the race. Last time, didn't do that, but he did stumble at the start. Now he stretches out, and it's a little bit easier field. He gets to avoid Busting Away and some real good ones. Just a matter of what kind of tactics he's going to use. He's got some natural speed, but he's got 30 Oysters and Quiet Wisdom, who are true speed horses in this race. Definitely plays. And then there's our man Mike. He's going to take some play. He is at the mercy of the pace. He's never won at this particular distance, but sometimes it doesn't matter the distance. He always fires and always puts in that late run. So see if he's a little sharper second start of the year. He's the favorite right now at odds of 3-2. That's some of the contenders here for the 7th. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 3 starts with this race. Again, Joel Cruz on the 3, Rose's Pepino.
On the track, race 7 from Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1, Quiet Wisdom and Caber Koa. Number 2, Our Man Mike and Sofia Vives. Number 3, Rose's Pepino, Joel Cruz, the jockey change. Number 4, Don't Lose Cruz and Luis Perez. Number 5, 30 Oysters, Carlos Camilo. And number 6, Co-Conspirator and Nasario Alvarado. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in just a moment or so. Looks like they're starting to approach the starting gate here in Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. 6-pack to go a mile and 70 yards. 8 to 5 in both the 1, Quiet Wisdom, and number 2, Our Man Mike. Don't Lose Cruise. Goes in, 30 Oysters. And Co-Conspirator. Co-Conspirator to the outside. 8 to 5, Quiet Wisdom. 7 to 5, Don't Lose Cruise. Late money coming in on him. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Don't Lose Cruise, 30 Oysters send out for the lead. Co-Conspirators on the outside in third. Then it's Quiet Wisdom, who's in a ground-saving fourth. A big gap of about, 8 lengths to Our Man Mike, who's in second last. And Roses Pepino is already 25 lengths off the lead, void of any early speed. As they got about 6.5 furlongs to go. 30 Oysters on the point. Has a lead by 1.5 lengths. Co-Conspirator outside in second. Don't Lose Cruise towards the inside in third. A length to Quiet Wisdom, who's has been guided off the inside in fourth. 3.5 lengths off the lead. A space of about 10 lengths to Our Man Mike. And then it's about, 17 lengths to Roses Pepino, who's at the back of the pack as they run to the half-mile pole. 30 Oysters has the lead by 3/4 of a length over Co-Conspirators on the outside in second. Don't Lose Cruise along the rail in third. And then it's Quiet Wisdom, who will be in the clear if wanting to circle up 4 wide in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. Then about 9 lengths back to Our Man Mike, and way back there to Roses Pepino. Less than 2.5 furlongs to go. 4 across the track. It's Quiet Wisdom with that 4 wide bid. Don't Lose Cruise is at the fence. 30 Oysters is in between horses. Co-Conspirator drops back, and then it's Our Man Mike in fifth. They run down to mid-stretch. Don't Lose Cruise and Quiet Wisdom. These two are feuding for the lead with 1 furlong to go. Then in third, 30 Oysters in deep stretch. Don't Lose Cruise. Quiet Wisdom's. These two head-to-head through the stretch. Here's the witty line. Don't Lose Cruise wins over Quiet Wisdom. Then it was 30 Oysters and Our Man Mike. 4152. In race 7. Don't Lose Cruise back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Always Dreaming on the Wild Ride. Clear Stars Stable, Petrie Box Stable, Big Toes Stables, Kosha Nostra Stables. The ownership, Jonathan Buckley, the trainer, Luis Perez. The winning jockey. It's 2 wins for trainer Jonathan Buckley and 3 wins for jockey Luis Perez. Southern Oak Farm bred Don't Lose Cruise. $470 the winning mutual. Double $18.80. Exacta $12.40. 50-cent try $46.25. Dime Super $22.37. 8th race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 6 Gringotts. Exacta trifecta superfecta daily double wagering. Post time in 20 minutes.
All right, get ready for race number 8. Good finish to the 7th race. Quiet Wisdom, change of tactics a little bit, rating, but it just couldn't pass that last horses. Don't Lose Cruise, able to hold on under Louis Perez. That for trainer John Buckley. What a season Buckley has had. This time Perez aboard. Don't Lose Cruise. Got to avoid busting away. I think that horse was entered at Saratoga the other day in scratch, but I'm still waiting for Roses Pepino to show up. How far back was that horse? 8th race, 11-9 Claber. Fillies and Bears, downwards of a race since a date, never won 4. Or for 3-year-olds, this one goes a distance of 6 furlongs. See a lot of early money on the 3 Who Asked You. Got some speed in here, though. Gringotts, who was my original top choice, scratched out of here as well. So, you know, you're left with 6 betting interests. So look at this 5, Saratoga Kisses. Saratoga Kisses, you know, may have needed the last race. It was coming off a layoff since September. That's a long time away. And did try to put in a late run at 5.5. Now, this one is primarily a route horse in a sprint, and that was probably meant to be a tightener, and she ran very well in the waiver claim. Now, she's eligible for the waiver claim. Maybe didn't get a route for the second start, but does get an extra half furlong and should get something to run at here. So she's a strong play in here as far as being the top 3, and good chance to win the race if the pace takes its toll. The 4 horse is Hypnocurrency. She's one of those horses, I say it all the time, likes to hit the board but not necessarily win a lot. She's been in the 1 state bred condition for quite some time, and now she drops a notch to face these 11 and 9s. And if she could get a bunch of 3 lifetime horses, and there's a few in here, it gives her a little bit of an advantage class-wise. And she's been against a little bit better in those state-bred conditions. But again, I would more likely use her underneath than put her on top. But she should get a nice trip in here with the speed being the 3 horses right inside of her. She should be in perfect position. So that's some of the contenders for race number 8. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered in here.
Horses coming on the track for the 8th race. From Finger Lakes, scratch the 6, Gringotts. Number 2, Bustin' Roxy, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 3 is Who Asked You, and Sofia Vives. Number 4, Hypnocurrency, GM Rohina. Number 5, Saratoga Kisses, and Joel Cruz. Number 7 is Luna Loca, and Jose Baez. And number 1, Stars Delight, with Andre Worry aboard. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have made their way to the gate for the 8th race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. 2-1 on number 3, Who Asked You, and number 5, Saratoga Kisses. Saratoga Kisses goes in. Luna Loca to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. Who Asked You and Bustin' Roxy, these two edge out for the front, joined by Stars Delight, and Stars Delight from third up into the lead. Bustin' Roxy second. Who Asked You backs off the fast pace in third. Hypno Currency scoots on through towards the inside in fourth. Saratoga Kisses in fifth, about 8 lengths off the lead, and 2 more lengths to Luna Loca, who's at the tail of the field. It's Stars Delight who leads this group into the turn. Bustin' Roxy, the nearest pursuer, in second. Who Asked You re-rallies in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Hypno Currency 5.5 off the pace in fourth, then a length to Saratoga Kisses, who's a length and a half in front of Luna Loca, who's at the back of the pack. And Who Asked You looms large on the outside and goes from third up into the lead. Hypno Currency fouls that one on the outside in third at this point in time. Bustin' Roxy is inside of her. Stars Delight has no more to offer. They got 3/16 to go. Who Asked You set down for the drive, has the lead by 2 lengths over Hypno Currency under left-handed pressure, 6 in second, 16th to go. Who Asked You, Hypno Currency, Who Asked You prevails over Hypno Currency. Saratoga Kisses third, Luna Loca fourth. 3457. Number 3, who asked you first? It's official. Who asked you? 660 to win. Who asked you? A New York bred 6-year-old dark brown mare by Will Gear Road out of Sky Ballet. Rebecca Gale Zarnacki, the owner. Michael Ferraro, the trainer. Sophia Vivez, the winning jockey. 2 wins on the card for trainer Michael Ferraro and jockey Sophia Vivez. Double $20.40, exacta $18.80, 50-cent try $11.40, dime super $3.85. Ninth and final, Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, natural 9, scratch number 5, 9 and 4. Put Jose Baez on number 9, El Bumby. Jose Baez on number 9, El Bumby. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time, ninth and final in about 19 minutes at 5:04 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. We still got another day of live racing tomorrow. Remember, later start for Wednesday, 1:15, first post tomorrow. Okay, looking back at the 8th, Who Asked You? Man, a well-timed ride as they try to rate a little bit more than normal. And Sophia Vivas able to do just that, timed it right, and got the victory. Sometimes you got to do that when there's pace in the race. Scratch the 9, the 1, natural 9, and 9 and 4. On the actual 9, Jose Baez will pick up the mount. Just saw Stephen Fry. He's doing okay. He's got a wrist injury. Won't be out too long. Good to see him have a quick recovery. Now let's look at the last race. What with the 6, based on pace here, there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in this race. Now, front speed hasn't been exceptional at all today, as we've seen some horses come from out of it. But when you get a race like this, there's just absolutely no pace in it. You go with the horse that you think is going to get the lead. Now, the 6 MG Dash is close to some paces, which would put him on the lead against this field. Now, he's nowhere near the lead last time and just didn't fire at all. So you got to forgive the last race, give him another chance at 5,000. I'm going to do so. I got him on top. He's at odds of 3-1. The other Aquilano trainee, the 8, Limits of Power, makes a class drop. This horse should have a class edge, but he's the opposite. He's probably not going to have a lot of early speed in a sprint because he's turning back in distance where he's running in those route races. But he's running the route races for 20,000 in New York. So this is a big difference when you're dropping all the way to 5,000 in this race, even though you're shortening up to 6 furlongs. But on class, definitely a horse to consider in this race. I guess those are really the two. I think the Aquilano has the cards here. But if you're looking for a long shot or somebody else, you really got to look deep in here. I think Mount Morris is going to get some play just off of his last second place finish. But you got to ask, how good of a race did he actually run? Running second in a race where he was up close to a 48 half, and they came home for 6 furlongs and 114 and change. One positive about that is it was his first start off the layoff, and he could still improve, and at least he's not 5th or 6th in a race that went in 114s. So I can see this horse a little bit closer against these. After you get past the 2 Aquilano horses, really not much else to like in this last race as a win threat. So those are some of the contenders for the final race on the card. We scratched natural 9, the 1, and scratched the 5, 9 and 4.
Horses coming on the track, ninth and final, Finger Lakes. Number 2, Tip of the Boot, leads the post parade with John Barrios. Number 3 is 10 Run Rule and Christian Navarro. Number 4, Ananias and Laird Bailey. Number 6, MG Dash, Cabercoa. Number 7 is Mount Morris, Luis Perez. Number 8, Limits of Power, Emmanuel de Diego. And number 9 is El Bombi, and a jockey change to Jose Baez. Post time in a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the ninth and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs, maiden claimers. 4 to 5 on number 8, Limits of Power. MG Dash going up. MG Dash in the red blinkers. Mount Morris. Limits of Power and El Bumby. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's El Bumby who goes out for the front end. MG Dash is displaying speed as well as Mount Morris. Limits of Powers in that front cluster in third, only half length off the lead. Ananias and 10 Run Ruler towards the inside. They're now fourth and fifth. El Bumby shuffled sixth in a gap of 5 to Tip of the Boot, who's in the seventh and trailing position. Entry into the turn. MG Dash, Mount Morris, and Limits of Power across the track, first, second, and third. 10 Run Rule towards the inside, fourth. Ananias nudged upon in fifth. El Bumby is outside of him. And then 4 lengths to Tip of the Boot, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Limits of Power, the 3 to 5 favorite, takes over the lead at the quarter pole and strides away by a couple lengths over Mount Morris in second. Then it's MG Dash, 10 Run Rules on the outside and the white blinkers. El Bumby's on the grandstand side and about 10 lengths off the lead, and that lead being set by Limits of Power. Limits of Power's got this race wrapped up, has the lead by about 8 or 9 lengths. The battle for second, Mount Morris is a clear-cut second, and it's Limits of Power who is head and shoulders above the field in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. Mount Morris second, El Bumby third, Ananias fourth. 8794 in the nightcap at Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs, 114.07. Limits of Power bet down to 3 to 5. Dominates in race number 9. $330 the winning mutual. Limits of Power, Kentucky bred, 5-year-old dark brown gelding by Good Magic at a modification. Green Tree Stables owns. James Agliano is the trainer. Emmanuel De Diego, the winning jockey. Betts, J Betts, Coco Equine, Burns, bred. Limits of Power. $330 the winning mutual. Double 1640, exacta 1660, trifecta $34.25, dime super $55.80. Pick 3, $13.25. Pick 4, $38.12. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $131.50. Ninth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First posted about 1:15 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. This is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening, and rest in peace, Ozzy.